Hello, 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 friends. Good to see everyone today. Early morning stream on a Monday. Weird. What are we doing? How's it going? It is a federal holiday here in the U.S. So I am off work. And while we would normally be streaming on a Monday night, I decided, hey, let's get a daytime stream and see who else is able to stop by that isn't able to hang with us on Monday nights. We do some cool things here on Mondays, don't we? We check out the races. We get some good practice in. We get some lap guides in live on stream. So here we have a chance to do that at a different time slot, which I'm excited about. Let's see. So we'll get into those things in a second, but let's go ahead and say hi to the folks. Excuse me, I still have this cough. I have cough medicine in me. I've got cough drops. I will say it was a little better yesterday after I had I don't know, something like 12 hours of sleep total. Maybe, I think, and maybe not that much, but it was a lot. I slept a long time yesterday. Anyway, still have the cough. Try not to blast your ears with it, but I'll try to be quick on the mute button if I can be. Okay, let's see. Let's say hi to the friends here. So we got Steven Sills in P1. He's going to unfortunately miss the stream today. Have to work. That's a bummer, dude. Le Mans, great to see you in P2. DK, I see you in P3. Fourth place energy for Steven. BL gets P5. Wonderful to see you folks. Luiso, so great to see you, man. Appreciate you hopping in. Good morning to you, Ghost Metal. Great to see you, boy. JD, a friend from Australia. Great to see you. For a while until bedtime. Yep, yep. Nielsen, great to see you, friend. Oh, yes, you were up at P3. That's right. And there we have it. That's our crew for the beginning here. What do you think? I was thinking of, since I'm doing this early, I might drop the lap guide video tonight just for fun. Just need to get a thumbnail in time, I guess. I might drop it when we would normally start streaming for folks that typically tune in then. Yeah, I might do that. I don't know. Excuse me. Okay. So, let's see. It's loud. For me, at least. Not loud for you, because game audio is off. Haha! There we go. Berube, morning, bud. God bless America. Indeed. A quick note, a remembrance for all those Memorial Day special. Do want to take a moment to recognize those who have given their lives to defend and fight for this country over the centuries. It's a pretty big deal. At this point, I'm always thinking of the real life account of forget his first name. Luttrell is his last name. He's the lone survivor, if you've ever seen that movie. He's the lone survivor of a squad that was attacked in Afghanistan. His story is pretty amazing, and he lost multiple of his squad in that attack. And as the movie and the book talk about, he is the lone survivor of that attack. And amazing book to check out if you haven't checked out. Movie too as well, but in the book it goes through all of his training as a Navy SEAL, and I'm just astounded by that, really. Amazing story. One of his friends who did die was Sergeant Murphy, if you've ever heard of the Murph Challenge, that's who that's from, because he would, whenever he was stationed in places, he didn't always have the workout equipment, the best workout equipment. He'd be in places where there wasn't any, if he was stationed in some place. So um, he developed his own workout routine that didn't involve weights, and it was, well, he put his tack vest on, which was about 20 pounds, maybe 20 to 25 pounds. He would go run a mile, then he would do 300 squats, 200 push-ups, 100 pull-ups with the vest, and then he would go and run another mile. Marcus Luttrell, that's it. And yeah, and he would do that. He would do that in like his record, I think, was 34 minutes, if I remember right. Insane, incredible, incredible, just the specimens that those guys are, those Navy SEALs. And just, I mean, just so you know, I'm not so much right now, but in my prime, I was running half marathons, and I was running, I did a 25K trail run. I also run with a vest in the winter because I don't want to be out in the cold as long. Anyway, I tried to do the Murph Challenge, and I usually do it on Memorial Day. I started training for it in January of that year, I think, and this is 3 or 4 years ago now, I think, yeah, and so it was quite, it really, I mean, the squats and the push-ups weren't too bad, but it was the pull-ups, especially with the vest. It's just, wow, incredible, the amount of upper body strength you need to pull that off. Anyway, I got to the point where I could do half a Murph challenge, and then I got COVID, and I that sort of destroyed my attempt at doing a full Murph. Well, I say a half Murph. I would still run the miles on either end, but I could only get about half of all of the other stuff inside in the middle there. So yeah, pretty wild stuff. Anyway, a moment to remember the fallen. Very inspiring stories out there. All right, what do we got? So it's weird, always weird for me hopping in the middle or the morning on a Monday, because I'm used to how things are shaping up on a Monday evening, and everybody's putting their times in during Monday, right? So by the time I get on at like 6:30 or 7 p.m., there's a lot more people that put in time. So but okay, we got this right here. So I guess we'll go with the Atenza again. And we'll get rolling. Anybody that I missed coming in? P3 gave you 1,000 DR points. That's fantastic. How's it going, Stumpy? Who are you talking to? Wasn't me. I haven't raced yet today. Zamora and Advocate, great to see you guys. Appreciate you hopping in. Whoa, you're early. Yeah, off today. We're gonna follow a 34.5. No, I'm not Sir Led. That's not me. I don't know. I've seen Sir Led. But that's not me, that's somebody else. I only have 3 accounts right now. One is the primary lead pencil account, which I'm on right now. The second is my PHG lead pencil account, and then I have my alt account, my for fun account, unleaded pencil. No, and I think other people have gotten me confused with Sir Lead before, and I've heard he's rather a dirty driver. So that's definitely not me. Man, this thing just can't make up its mind how loud or not loud it wants to be. All right. And to put in some work, right? Maybe he has been knighted, so that's why he goes by Sir Lead. Maybe not. Actually, before I put the gloves on all the way, let's get the cough drop going here. Oh yeah, he was harassing Sir Lead was harassing Fear No Gears one night. People were saying that was me, and that's not true. Oh, did I just enter a race? All right, fine. Too late now. I didn't even realize I hit the I was on the timer. All right, well, this will be fun. Maybe, maybe not. In race C, okay, gotcha. Thanks, Octia. 5-lap sprint. Got a bunch of A's and B's in front of us. Pretty wild. I don't normally do this, so we'll see what happens. Low expectations, everyone. Low expectations. Probably starting going up the hill. Oh Farter. We are following Oh Farter. Luckily, it's a very familiar track. Oh, the hairpin. Here it comes. Brake early. We'll see how the top speed is on this. Tough to keep it in that line. I think I just did. Wow. I don't know if that was actually him moving like that, or if there was lag. There does seem to be some lag. There she went. Hey Cameron, what's up, bud? Your dad's in this race? Cool. Onion's a member of the Stud Club for 10 months. Very cool. That is a valiant achievement there, SD. That's what we do. Ooh, that's rough. Just pushed him off. Ooh, now I'm at a 1 second track limit then. Alright, we're about to lose this spot. It looks like, at least for time trial, it's the Atenza again. Ooh, we got a chance. Half second? I don't know, maybe not. Nah. Never really pulled on them, did we? Okay. Well, that was a fun, unexpected experiment from the back. We needed like a really giant collision in the hairpin. All right, different way to start a Monday stream. Not what I would have chosen for myself, but that's okay. It's kind of fun. I don't want to know how much DR I lost on that. A mouse dog. Yeah. Alright, we follow a 34.5 for real this time. Gotta have a little grass there, I think, on the inside. Excuse me. Walk-ins is a nightmare for you, SD. Hopefully not after today. Ooh, yeah, warmer tires feel nicer there. I hear you, the craziness out here. So close right there. Oh, it's so true so often, Ghost Metal, it's crazy. Oh, that would do it there, SD. Okay, well now you know, right? Is that right, Paul Rick? You haven't done this one before. Very cool. Tire temps stay pretty nice. Okay, that's it's already quite decent. Ooh, just off of Nielsen. Let's see. So, I think we might be able to get a 34. Let's try. Hey player, what's going on, man? Stay put. Turn one on the cold hards, man, they just don't want to grip for anything. Same right here. No, I'm finally faster than you. You're funny, Nielsen. Igor, nice to see you too, bud. I'm moving it to the front just for this hairpin because it feels like I can brake later if I do. I can begin braking later if I do. And then for the rest of the course, I take it back to +5. Man. No, it's not about heat, it's just about that hairpin. It's such a huge braking zone. That if you can begin braking later and still make the corner, you can gain time just... Oh, nuts. Just by braking, basically, you know? Uh-oh. Just made it. You guys have good eyes seeing that I'm doing that. Broke a little too late that time. It's a Brigsby. Taking notes, very nice. Oh my goodness, off the line entirely, yeah. Just for the hairpin. Just for the hairpin. So, quick. So right now I'm altering brake balance for speed, okay? So let's get that straight. There are 3 reasons to adjust brake balance. 1, control under braking. 2, tire saving. And 3, to be faster, which means getting more rotation while under braking on a long corner. All right. Now, with that said, right now I'm using it for speed and none of the other reasons. Brake balance to the rear is where I typically have, because when you're under braking, if you are trail braking going into a corner, right? Then if the rear brakes are a little heavier, they're going to cause a little bit of skid to happen on the rear tires, so that while you're entering a corner, while you're headed toward the apex, the back end's going to come out a little bit more than it would otherwise. You're hastening the rotation of the car so you can get on the throttle sooner. Right? Now, with the hairpin, you're spending almost no time trail braking whatsoever. Okay? And this isn't the case for all cars, but for the most part, if you push brake balance to the front, you're going to get more braking power. This is a front engine car, so more weight is on the front tires, right? So that makes it so that when you have more braking power, which means you should be able to begin braking a little bit later than you normally would. And in a giant braking zone like this one, you can start braking a whole lot later, and that's going to gain you time just while being under the brakes. You aren't even doing anything else but braking. Make sense? I do have a video on this. I have a series of videos on brake balance, but I'll grab the one for speed here in case you guys want to check it out more. Oops. There you guys go. Um, for race, you know, if you've got to look at the radar, probably need to prioritize that, you know, over adjusting the brake balance. But if you're by yourself and you still want to move that brake balance around, I say go for it. It all depends on if you can, if as a driver you can handle that much activity in one go, you know. Got a little shaky there. $30 Burger. Thank you for the 30 likes, everyone. Excuse me. Ah, hit the limiter. That was dumb. Oh! Bummer. That was a really good entrance until I clipped the inner grass there. Okay. Not getting the timing right there. Pretty sure every car hit you in that last race. Oh, that's sad, SD. It's Root. How's it going, bud? That's perfect right there. That's what we want. Yeah, amazing there. Ooh, that's a pen. Yep. Will I serve it now? Yes. Okay, we'll keep going. Lurking, working. Understood, bud. Alright, let's get an amazing run here. Hopefully. Carry some intense speed. That wasn't it either. Not getting turn one how I want. On the throttle a little too early. Nuts. maybe not a 34. Something weird going on with the stream. Okay, thank you. Ah, man. Lead penalty is trending now. I believe you. Was darn near perfect, I think. Unfortunately, that was all very much less than perfect. Little too much. Oh, you guys are too kind. Today is tonight, Polly. That's well said. Great to see you there, Mazda. No? There it is. Alright, that was actually close. That was only a 10th off that time. It's gotta happen. I feel like we're there. That was kind of wild. I think I would settle for a 35 flat at the moment. Close. Hey there, Doc. Good to see you, friend. Broke too early. Braked too early. Oh, there we go. Just have to time this braking point right. Good enough for me. Hey there, Fierce. No, it's Memorial Day. I'm off of regular work, so I'm getting a stream in a different time slot. Sorry, DK. Appreciate you, bud. You can still get me, I'm sure. Oops. No, I guess not, Ghost. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Excuse me. All right. Got to get the picture for the thumbnail, and then we'll do a lap guide for Deep Forest before we go to Watkins Glen, baby. Let's go ahead and delete this guy. Yeah, I think it's two good combos, classic and good. Where do we want to be? Oh, I know where. Let's go to in the shadow. Lighting is not favorable. Nope. Yeah, with no light. Okay. Chaos Druid, a member for a whole year of this from the Stud Club. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you, bud. No, I am not. Good question, though. Throw up some stud emojis for Chaos Druid, my folks. Please, please, please. Excuse me. All right. Lap guide time. That betrayed his purpose. Alright, bear with me here as we go into lap guide mode. Might ignore you guys for a little bit here. It's out of the way. Oh. All right. Okay, we are sitting turn 1 Deep Forest. Using the Atenza. Feels like a decent car to be using. Not the most exciting, but it's got some strengths that are definitely pretty cool about it. As far as how it handles the curbs and the bumps, and how it pulls out of the hairpin because of all that all-wheel drive power coming out of it. Sitting at the brake point for me, I am braking as I pass the 100. So as you're passing that 100 in this view or this view, that's what you're looking at there. For the visualizer, so there are a couple of ways to take it. I think this is probably the best way right here, where you have a very, we'll call it a shallow double apex, where you are definitely diving to that initial apex here. Continue to decelerate the car through this first part, and then if you're gonna be wide, it's gonna be right here at the middle part of the corner, but it's not gonna be too much. You feel me? It's not gonna be like this, right? It's not gonna be like that far out. It's gonna be just a little bit. You don't want to be too far out, especially on this corner, because there's like concrete patching on the actual track, which we'll see in a moment. But that seems to have a little bit less grip than the asphalt that's around it. So if you get those inner tires here off of that patch, I think that works a lot better. Interesting nuance about the corner. Now there's no banking on this, so it may feel like you're on the brakes for too long. If it feels like that, it's probably just right for you, honestly. It's just the way this corner works. So don't want to overshoot this too much. You don't want to, if anything, you kind of want to overshoot. If you're going to overshoot, you kind of want to overshoot beyond that patch way out here and then come back. And that might be something that ends up happening like in race, for example. So that's totally understandable. Let's look at the actual track then for this one. So we're braking in a straight line all the way through here. We're going to go just past the 50, and then we're going to start to turn in down to third, then down to second. What's really critical is it's very easy to overslow or get this car slowed too soon. So right about here especially, it still feels like you might want to be fully on the brakes 100%, but I'm gonna propose that you want to be more in the, we'll call it 70 to 50% range by this point, depending on how much speed you've carried into this spot. Okay, this is definitely, it feels like you're going to overshoot, but if you start to trail brake pretty heavily right here, the car's going to rotate, especially if you've got some brake balance to the rear. Okay, so this is that initial apex, then you get a little bit wider perhaps right here, then mid corner right here you should be back on the throttle, and as you get on the throttle you should actually be tightening once again to this apex, second apex, and then out you go. So that's big braking zone number 1. The next one really isn't until we get to the hairpin on the other side, which is now this next section. Don't have a great visualizer for this because this is a very unique spot. What I want you to do, what we should be doing, is turning before we get to the end of the curb. If you don't turn before that, you actually may end up wide of this apex, and you need to be, if anything, your left tires need to be actually a little bit on to this green turf or rumble strip before you get to the actual grass. This whole sector, this middle section here, I feel like you got to make the car dance. Whether it's a heavy car or a nimble car, you got to make it feel light as you go through these corners. So the way that starts is with the setup. You start quite wide right here, and then you begin to turn in. And as you begin to turn in, you're pointing your right tires even onto the grass in this first apex coming up. There really isn't any braking going on here unless you want to dab the brake really quick. there's going to be a lift, no doubt. And I like to downshift to third really fast just to make sure that I keep the car tight to the right, okay? Then right here, this is the line you should be on. So you should be back on the throttle no later than right here. And what you're trying to do is set up. So here's the cool thing. So we're in this middle. If you look on the track there, the track map, we're in this section of left, right, left, right. It's 4 corners basically that all set up for the final right-hander. You want to take this section not with the objective of being fast through here necessarily. You want to take it with the objective of I need to be as fast as I can on exit of the right-hander right before the tunnel. Okay? That's your mentality. So that means right here actually is where you begin to sacrifice speed. So you are on the throttle, but you've lifted or downshifted or hit the brakes long enough so that when you come back on the other side, you're no wider than right about here. You're just about middle of the track as far as width-wise, okay? It's very easy to be too far over to the left, which if you've done that, you've basically compromised your entrance for this next part, and there's no recovery. It's too late, okay? Because right here you're going to brake once again, and you're going to go down to third, and you're going to whip the steering over to the left, and you're going to get that car rotated really fast. Because you got to have the right tires onto the candy cane curbs here. This car specifically seems to take these bumps really well. Almost don't even feel them as you go over these bumps. If your right tires do get all on the gray, that is a pen. So I think it's a 1 second pen if you end up doing that. But this is the line that you're doing. Right about here, you're back on the throttle briefly. And as you come through here, you're pointing to that 4th arrow from the left. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You see where my car is pointed? Now here we will break out the visualizer for this one. There we go. And it is not this much of a turn. So you want to be getting the bulk of the rotation done before you actually get to the apex, as depicted in this line right here. In my fastest lap, which is decent, I lost time right here. Mega. I probably lost a 35 flat, maybe even a high 34 because I missed this apex. I carried too much speed through here. Didn't brake hard enough / didn't turn early enough to make sure I hit this apex. A lot of time here to be lost if you end up missing this apex. If you are missing this apex, don't just overlook that as oh well, big deal. No, make sure you're through this part right here. Make sure you are adjusting where necessary. Also, if you start to take the previous section faster, that's going to greatly impact your braking and turn-in point for this corner right here, because if you're carrying all of a sudden 5 miles more per hour, yeah, it's going to be faster, and have to make that adjustment. There is banking on this, so this is a really quick whip, and once you get to mid-corner, you should be able to get back on the throttle without going too wide. On the track here, then, this is where you're down to second, whipping the car over to the right, clobbering this apex on the throttle no later than now. Okay? Car can carry some really serious speed through here because of that banking. Momentum should carry you all the way out here, and just as you get back onto the tar, this is where you're on the brakes once again. Okay. Now this corner is a bit longer than the previous one. Let's talk about how we want to approach that. So I like this line right here. You want to be gradually tightening the entire time. You see how that's depicted there. All right, so you're just quick on the brakes, turning and downshifting, and it might feel like you're long on the brakes here. It feels if you need to be extra patient. There is no banking for this one. In fact, this turn might actually slope away, which is why you need a little more time on the brakes, a little more time waiting for rotation to take place, because you're not getting any help with the curve there. It is, I think, detrimental to apex too soon, so you do want to have this gradual tightening so that when you get to mid-corner, you can be on the throttle. You know you've really nailed it if, when you're on the throttle, you actually tighten the rest of the way and then end up widening after that. So you're accelerating through this late apex, okay? All right, on the actual track then. On the brakes throughout here, this is your line, then you're down to second. Tightening, 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 then you're at your slowest right here. And just as you see that glimpse of the orange sign up above the bridge or the tunnel there, that's your acceleration marker. And as I said, once you're on the throttle, you should actually tighten the rest of the way and then open up. Really easy to get a pen right here, just as a reminder. You do need to like whip the steering over to the left, but if your right tires end up over the white line where you are right now, that's a half or 1 second pen. Okay, brake marker for this one, I believe, is as soon as you get on to this part right here, the curbing, just as both tires end up on the right side there. This requires a quick downshift and whip of the steering as well over to the left. That line looks very similar to this right here. It's a little more open than 90. And we're really trying to get the bulk of the weight transferred before this part right here. We'll look back at the track in a moment, but you'll kind of see that the track is flat and then it dips downward quite quickly. So if you have not gotten the weight transferred early enough, you're not going to have the type of grip you want when you really need it mid-corner, okay? So that's really critical there. So let's look at that then real fast. So you kind of see, look at from this vantage point as well. See how the track disappears over the edge there. So this is you're turning and what it feels like kind of early, basically, is what I'm saying. So you're turning here with this braking so that you get all of the grip done right here. This is where the car will go a little light, right over this part. So you're kind of managing and making observations very quickly. As long as you've gotten the left tires headed towards the curb here, you're pretty much good to be back on full throttle. I was kind of mixing up between exiting in third or fourth, depending on how much speed I carried, but I was noticing 91, 92 miles per hour the car seemed pretty comfy with. So don't feel like you have to watch your speed through here. You don't want to overslow. All right, as we get to this part, this is one of the most critical turns in the whole track. As soon as your car gets fully onto the bridge, all four tires onto the bridge, you want to be as wide as you can and set up for this corner. Now, why this one is, it's this one and the next one are probably two of the most important, because you have the longest straightaways, the longest flat out sections afterwards. So because of that, you want to be on the throttle as soon as possible. This turn is just past 90 degrees. We'll look at the visualizer for this one. And I want us to consider a later turn in, wider entrance for this guy. Okay? And why do I say later turn in, wider entrance? Because the later you turn in, the wider your entrance is, the earlier you can get on the throttle. So this is the epitome of slow in, fast out, okay? Heavy on the brakes. getting the car, and then getting to the turn-in point, which we'll look at here in a moment. Getting the car to rotate, being on the throttle before mid-corner, and then accelerating through the apex. You dip a couple tires on the grass on the inside, not too much grass, just a little bit. That's pretty much nailed. That's pretty much how you want to do it. And of course, you do have to watch out for the penalty on exit. But what's really common is for folks to end up turning in way too soon, narrowing this entrance, and then really sacrificing a whole bunch of exit speed that you really aren't able to sacrifice. You don't have the chance to do that. All right, so that's what that looks like there. On the actual track then, what we're looking at is this right here, going down the gears really fast, down to third, down to second, turning with the edge of this grass slash curb. Okay, getting all this rotation done so that right here you're on the throttle, you're exiting in second gear. You get on the throttle fully. As long as you've nailed it properly, you can do that. Dip a couple tires into the grass, barely. Make sure, okay, one of the things, make sure, two things. Make sure you get the left tire on the left side of the curbing. That's one way to get a pen here. And then the other pen is if you get your left tires onto the green. That's your other way to get that nasty pen that no one likes. While I was practicing, you might have seen I was messing with brake balance for this hairpin. I feel as though if you move the brake balance to the front, maybe not fully to the front, but at least somewhat to the front, the front tires will get more braking power, which slows you down faster, which means you can brake later. I was braking as late as the 100, right before the 100. Okay, so right about here, what we're talking about. And as I was braking, I would move over to the right, get a couple tires onto the curb, and then get that last bit of rotation. Now, let's talk about the line for this hairpin. Again, the tendency for us would be to apex too soon. But this is the type of line we're looking at right here, okay? Part of braking later is because you're going to use this extra real estate right here, okay? Sometimes you wonder, man, how can some people brake so late and still make the corner? Well, it's because they're using more track or more distance actually to get a better exit. So, for instance, if you were to try to brake very late, but turn in right here and kind of make a narrower entrance like this, you see that? Now you've actually shortened the amount of distance, which sounds fast, feels fast, but you're not able to get on the throttle as soon, and you actually, because you braked late, you may actually go deep out here, okay? So that real estate is still necessary, you feel me? The car still needs that distance, but now it's going to take it and use it over here instead of using it over here and getting on the throttle by mid-corner and rocketing out of there. See that? See how that works? So do not turn too early. Do not apex too early. Make sure you're getting a nice late turn in wide entrance for this, because this is the longest flat out section. And in race especially, if you're trying to catch somebody, this would be an excellent way to get a good run on them. Possibly there's a lot of track before the finish line, a lot of overtakes can happen, and some really tight finishes can take place at this track because of that, so that's pretty cool. On the actual track, what we're looking at then is this big braking zone. As I said, as you're braking, you move over to the right, and we really do want to turn in with the edge of the curb here, okay? As you get to that, down to second, down to first, and you see this wide entrance that we're taking here. We're trying to get a lot of rotation done so that by the time we're here, we can get on the throttle, especially with an all-wheel drive car, fully on the throttle. Plan for the car to go out here with left tires onto the curb. Go like that. Now, if you know you're on a good lap, you got a lap record breaker, at least a personal record. Go ahead and stay to the left. If you're not, then go ahead and stay to the right. Get a little wider entrance here, carry more speed. Don't scrub the fronts. Listen for that as well. It'll actually help you a lot as far as getting a few extra tenths. Hundredths, I should say. And then as you get to this part, if you're close to the front when starting the race, so top 5, not carrying as much speed as you will be if you're taking this all the way, you know, that rolling start, then instead of braking at the 100, I want you to lightly brake at the 50 and turn just after that. There might be some people that want to dive, so two schools of thought there. Watch your radar first of all. It might be fortuitous to go ahead and stay a little wide and let the carnage happen inside you. They'll probably slow each other down. But if you do want to defend and protect the apex because you feel like that's the only way to do it, then definitely make sure you're diving right for this first apex. Don't want to miss that. All right, that is your lap guide and your turn 1 lap 1 guide for Deep Forest. Oops, that wasn't it. There we go. All right. What did I miss? Fun Life Poppy, good to see you, man. Ah, Paul Rick, the pens are explained. A 40 burger while I was out. Thank you there, everybody, for 40 likes. All right, shall we go to race C? Oops, we shall. If I hit the right buttons. Oh my goodness. I'm a wreck. There we go. Everyone's writing the notes down. Yep. Okay. Yeah, racing hards and racing softs from this one. Crazy. So I think we got the M6s. Are the bad boys in town? Mostly sprints. Some endurances, but mostly sprints. A couple of different ones there. Okay, sprint model it is. I don't know if I want to do this and go over the orange versus yellow debate again, but here we go. Saragon, good to see you, man. Yes, it is. You lost the whole day, Saragon. Excuse me. All right, we are following a 42.5. I don't remember going to work. Yeah, you missed it. Whew. Soft tires feel sticky, and they're not even warm yet. Okay, yeah, so maybe not the best for race then, huh? Ooh, screen. Thank you. Farouk, good to see you, friend. Okay. One lap in the books. That's cheer time? Nice. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so for a race, it sounds like it's not the thing. I need some MR car for a race, huh? Excuse me. Good question. I don't know the answer to that question. I know the sprint is a little twitchier than the endurance. Yeah, I like the RS01 here. That's for sure. Oh, okay. That was too much speed. That's too much. Oh, I think I understood you, Farouk. You're all right. Run. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. Well, yeah, he did do the two M6s in the car profile. think they were virtually the same on the tires, if I remember right, but could be wrong. Like the bad bounce again. Hey Rob, good to see you, man. It is a 40 burger. This is the sprint model. Yeah, agreed, Rom. Yeah. That was a good opening lap. Always? I don't know about always. For the last bit, yeah, it has. Tire temps seem to stay relatively cool. Oh, it's a pen. We're gonna keep going though. We're Bailey. Good to see you, man. Carry is a delicate balance between just the right amount of speed and not nearly slow enough. Power slide into the penalty marker. Oh, that. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I saw that they did it. That's probably the last time they'll be able to do that. I'm sure they'll put a nix on that. I don't blame them. It's not me judging them. They they need every advantage they can get against all those fast boys. All right, we survived. Wasn't fast, but we survived. Yeah, right, Badoo. Ah, stinking wall. Yeah. I've never tried it myself. I've seen other people just go absolutely straight off the track. So I'm like, yeah, I choose life. I'll just take the full brunt of the pen. Yeah, it's quicker there. Whatever, game. results much more valuable over integrity. But Luke's got it. It's a tough situation to be in, though, because if if everyone else is doing it, then it feels like you're at a disadvantage, right? Tell you one thing, though, I cannot imagine doing that move, especially in the 2019X Red Bull car. No way. I didn't catch it that time. No Pokemon over there. We checked, and now we know. We're better for it. You guys are hilarious. Apex down there somewhere. Who needs them? That's right, Doc. Excuse me. Nope. We'll serve it now, though, so we're going to keep going. I'm already the predator. Track predator. Got it this time. There we go. There it went. Okay. Lost it there. Still close though, see? Tiny improvement. Alright, that's 1.2 off the time we're following. Is that right? We'll see where that puts us for a moment. We'll take a look-see. Yeah, 1.2 off. Let's see if we can't get another tenth or two off. Let's see. Here in a little bit, we'll do lap guide for Watkins. Okay, Farouk, appreciate you, man. Kiwi, good to see you, friend. Okay. Tired, a little time to warm up. Oops. Hey, attaboy there, Kiwi. German Kiwi doing German Kiwi things on a Monday. The matriarch, the boss lady. We're on the edge there. Ah, tour is starting. Yeah, where are you headed? grass rotation. Gotta love it. Car's so stable. Whee! Okay. Yeah, it's not cool, SD. Not cool at all. Who's gliding? I think someone does that already. Whew, 40,000. Trying to get a run on the final turn. Instead, I bop against the wall. Fine, fine, fine. $11.34. Okay. Give it a little bit longer here. Fronts aren't ready for that yet. That must have been barely, just barely. Oh, man. German Kiwi, a member of the Stud Club for 5 months. How about that? Thank you so much, bud. You always waste. Okay. Come on. That's better. a little late on the brakes. Man. Oh, another pen. Crying out loud. Bonk. Bonkity bonk. Hey there, D's. And to you as well, sir. That was exciting. This one's C this week. Excuse me. Oh, agreed, Wayne. This is a great set of turns. Wicked quick. Good to see you. Bro Wiki, good to see you, man. Yeah. Saw it. I went wide. Few pixels. That's called reading chat and trying to turn at the same time. It's been all right. I do like the feel of the M6 here. I'm using the Sprint instead of the Endurance. Seba, yeah, he's a quick dude. Quick young dude. Yeah, I think you'd be looking at that too, Robiki. Me, I'm trying to eke out another 10th or two if I can. Believe, must believe. I didn't carry the speed. Hate that dang grass. Man, that was it. Thank you, Portal. You too as well. Just avoided a pen there. That was very close. Too close. there. Need to keep it close here and do better in the last couple turns. Close. Man. All right, maybe this one. Man, we are flirting with it. Right on the edge there. All right, car, fix yourself. Thank you. Didn't need to lift. Come on. No wall. Let's go. There it is, baby. That is acceptable. Yeah, it did. But it got me a 43.5, so I don't care. Ooh. Did you really, Wayne? Oh, I'm excited about that. I love the Veyron. I wish I was better at it. Oops. It was huge in getting me my A rank. Yeah, from B to A. And keeping me there. Yeah, I was flirting with that, Rowicki. I felt like sometimes third was giving me a little extra rotation on exit. That's why I kind of went for that, because so close to hitting that wall all the time on the exit. But all right, need to take a picture. Excuse my coughs. Bug toddy. Yeah, so quick story. What solidified me in A was the Bugatti at Road Atlanta. And it was before the Bugatti became like a cool thing to do. I feel like I don't remember anyone else doing it. I just picked it on a whim. Saw that it had, in practice, saw that it had like this crazy top speed. I'm like, wow, okay, let me try it. Well, I was untouchable from going from B to A, because I could hang with people through the turns. Oh, I saved the whole replay, didn't I? How long is it? Anyway, I could hang with people on the turns, and then nobody could hang with me on the 9 minutes, not too bad. On the straightaways, you know. And so nobody could catch me on the straights. And man, it's getting me that bad. Angle again. Nobody could catch me on the straights, and I could catch anyone I wanted to on the straights. There we go. Let's do that. Let's go a little higher because of that glare. Right about. Nope. Right about there. Excuse me. Now, since then, I have tried to use it in A+ lobbies, and I can't make it turn as good as I need to keep up with the dudes. So I usually end up not being able to make it work. But I will say, you know, there are guys, Blue Turd Taurus, Beast. Yeah, Beast also runs the Bugatti all the time. And they make that thing work really well. Oops. That's not what I wanted at all. This is the picture, so I need this. Nope. This. All right, lap guide incoming here for Watkins. It's noon here. Doing all right. Let's see. Yeah, he's got that crazy Taurus, right? Slow, how's it going, friend? Good to see you. All right. No, not change car. Excusing me. Edging too dang big, for sure. All right, here we go. Lap guide for Watkins Glen. So this corner right off the bat, super important. This is the longest flat out section in the whole track. So getting this right means you're gaining time, gaining speed all the way up the hill. If you get it wrong, then it's the opposite. No way around it. So when we talk about this corner, though, it's just beyond 90 degrees, and we're definitely looking to late apex this sucker so that we can get on the throttle early. Okay, so let's take a look at this on the visualizer. So that's basically the line that we're looking for. Trying to be as wide as we can be, which is not very wide, because there's no runoff or anything on here, but trying to be right on the white line, braking a straight line hard, get the car to turn. I like to downshift to second to get some added rotation. Two things, it's very easy to try to brake too late, end up missing this apex. That gets you on the throttle way late. Same thing with apexing too early, throttle way late. You're going to be on the throttle after the apex if you do those things. So you've got to be on the throttle beforehand, which means getting at your slowest before the apex. And with this car, slowest is like 84, 85 maybe. It's pretty high up there. Oh, what did I miss? Steven Sills gifting 5. Oh, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, bud. Throw up some stud emojis for the Steven. Checking in while at work, he says. Cool stuff. Okay, back to the lap guide. Thank you so much, man. That ain't right. Oh yeah, that's right. This is where we are. I'll have to edit that. So yeah, the slowest, 84, 85 seems to be a real good point. It can handle it. Well, with the softs, right? Softs is good life here. Hards, not so great life, but softs are wonderful. If you're very good, make the car very stable. Let's look at the actual track. So brake marker is the 200. Pretty much can't push that any farther. You need to be braking just at the 200. Braking in a straight line through this. Turn-in point is with this Gran Turismo sign on the left, okay? That's as you're turning in. This is your turn-in point to apex. This is where you get all the business done. When you come down to second, get all the rotation, and you should be on the throttle right about here. Definitely no later than here. Always before you get the curb. If you are unable to get on the throttle before the curb, and you don't make the apex, that means, you don't make the corner, you go too wide. That means that you're entrance is too shallow, okay? That's definitely what that means. Then as far as like, you don't want to be taking too much of this. You probably want to get your inside tires just like middle of the curb here. You should be carrying a lot of speed through here, and you should plan to go right out here. Watch out for power oversteer. It'll catch you right here instead of earlier in the corner. It catches you right here, so be ready to catch that snap oversteer. All right, we go up the hill. As far as up the hill, nothing too crazy to talk about. Really, you just want to make sure you're being as tight as you can. Get on the curbs here. Don't over-rotate the steering. Make sure you shouldn't be hearing any wheel chirp whatsoever. Don't have a visualizer for the bus stop, but we can talk about it here. So brake marker is the 300. Just as you get to it right here, that's where we're starting to brake. If you're lurking on building up confidence for the bus stop, then go ahead and start braking earlier than that. But the car can't handle it. Now with any bus stop chicane, this one, the one at Daytona, whatever it might be, key is always where you're at your slowest and weight transfer. Both of those things are absolutely key. It starts with your entrance. So as you hit the brakes, you begin to turn in while hitting the brakes. You are in the, you might be 100% brake pressure, but it's just for a little bit if you are. You're really in the 50 to 70% brake pressure range for longer. As you get the car slowed, you're really aiming your right tires to just clip this dirt on the right here. Honestly, I know that looks scary. I know that looks like you're going to hit it, but you're not. You actually have a good amount of space if you do that, okay? Then weight transfer, that's where this happens right here. In between this apex and the second one, weight needs to be transferred from what is generally on the left side of the car, needs to be rapidly shifted to the right side. When I'm going through here, I often like to grab a little bit of third gear to help decelerate. And while I do that, I'm on the brakes and I'm whipping the steering over to the left. That gets the weight transferred pretty good, okay? That has to happen by this point here. If you wait any longer, you're going to end up too deep into the corner, okay? By doing that early, you're actually going to clip this apex just like that. You're going to clobber the nuts out of it, really. And then just make sure that your right tire ends up to the left, or sorry, ends up to the right of the white line. If you grab asphalt in between the curb, the red curb, and the white line, that's going to be a pen. All right, so that was weight transfer, second apex. Now what was the second most important thing about a bus stop is where at your slowest. You're at your slowest right about here, middle of the entire chicane. Because this is where you're at your slowest, this is also where you should be able to apply the power. The car can handle some incredible speed and racing softs. We're talking 115, 116. You don't want to carry too much more than that because it'll actually damage your entrance for the long right-hander coming up, okay? Because you're carrying so much speed, you're actually going to maybe just graze this apex right here, the third one, but then absolutely annihilate the second one, or the fourth one coming up, rather, not the second. And then you're going to shift that weight once again. You're going to do that right here. That weight transfer is going to happen right here. You're going to make the car turn to the right, get that grip on the outer tires early, because you're going to need all of it once you get past this fourth apex. Right tires on the grass and dirt even. Going to continue to turn right. And then we're going to stop right about here. So that black billboard right there that doesn't have anything on it, that's your brake marker. Or if you're closer to my view, then it's just like right here, okay? Oops. let's look at the visualizer for this corner real fast. Long sweeping corner. This is one where you're not mashing the brakes, you are really feathering the brakes to get all the rotation you possibly can, okay? Now, check it out. This is your line that you're looking at. Just recognize that you're actually coming from this side on the track. So you're coming, and you're really not going to be fully over to the left side. You're going to be more mid-corner. There is banking that's helping you on this corner. That's why you can take it faster than you might feel like is possible, but that's what's going on there. And you see how we're gonna gradually tighten all the way around here. It's a little dab of the brake, downshift to third, and patience as you approach mid-corner. And by mid-corner, you should be back on the throttle. You know you've really nailed it is if when you get on the throttle mid-corner, you still tighten to the apex and then widen after that. Okay. Let's look at the actual track then for that. Braking and then coasting up to fourth. And then once you get to this pole, right here, this is where I'm comfortable getting on the throttle. Okay? That's where that is there. Exiting in fourth, and you gotta believe, on the throttle, you tighten like we talked about, then you're gonna widen. Just make sure your right tires get on the curbing and off the curbing without getting once again, any of that asphalt in between the white line and the curb, both on entrance and exit, okay? Brake marker for this is the 200. We're going to use the visualizer for the next two corners back to back, so let's take a look at this here. Alright, so there's two schools of thought here with this corner. I feel like many are using this narrower line, like this. Some are using a little bit of a wider line that looks like this, and this would probably represent my line that I'm taking. I'm trying to hang out a little bit wider, a little bit longer. It feels more comfortable for me, and that's pretty typical for me in a Group 3 car because of the power oversteer possibility, okay? So that's why I'm doing that. You might have seen I'm wide, a little wide of the Ghost at this, and that's deliberate because I'm trying to get more stability on exit. It's really easy to peak this one. Yeah, it is possible to apex too early, so you definitely want to be watching out for that. But I find that most people, they brake late, they stay too hard on the brakes for too long, and that creates a massive amount of oversteer. So instead of this smooth racing line that you see here, they end up with a racing line that has a peak right about here, and then they come back. You see that? Okay, and that's losing you time that you won't gain back if you end up doing that. So make sure your trail braking is very precise. Use the full range of brake pressure throughout this entire corner. Now, for the next one, it's different. This one's going downhill, the next one's going uphill, and the next one is 180-degree turn. So let's switch that. There we go. And I would suggest even a wider line for this one. Ooh, not that wide. It's going to look like that, okay? It's a delicate balance between this wide line. Oh, it's 180 degrees, sorry. So not that wide. Let me fix that. There we go. That's what we're looking at. What I was saying was it's a delicate balance between a wide line and a narrow line. If you go much wider than this, you end up with your left tires on the marbles, and that is just not working. It does not work at all. You end up with no grip out there. So stay as wide as you can without getting on the marbles, and then continue to decelerate all the way to mid-corner. You can brake a lot later than you might think because of this being uphill. Gravity's helping you as you decelerate, so that's pretty nifty. This is a spot where power oversteer is huge though, so this wide entrance actually helps you because you can straighten the wheel sooner on exit, which makes a huge difference, okay? All right. What really happens here mostly, I think, is people are scared to go too wide, and they've been burned by the marbles before, so they're not doing that. They apex too soon, and then they end up getting on the throttle too soon, and either have to lift or they end up going wide on exit. So watch out for that as well. So these two corners back to back, then braking. When I brake here, I'm actually braking as I pass the 200 instead of right before the 200. I kind of want to be full brake by the time I get to this drainage on the right here. And then that line looks like this down to second. And then I tighten, and this is where I want to be off, back up to third and on the throttle. I accelerate through the apex and then go out wide there like that. Now with this one, we're braking at the imaginary 150, which is right about here, okay? That's what we're looking at there. Feels very late, but it's because you do have quite the ascent happening here, all right? Though you're down to third, down to second. This is that line that we're talking about. Here's where you tighten. The car is good with a second gear exit. You might lose the car. There's a lot of power oversteer happening here. So if you've carried really good speed into this part, then accelerating in third really works well, both for exit speed and exit stability. All right. For this one, we're braking at the imaginary 150 again, which is right about here. And we're going to take these two corners back to back in the other visualizer, I think. Let me double check to make sure it's looking good. Ooh, that's too much. Yeah, nice. I like it. All right. So we're going to take this back to back in one swoop here. So this is the racing line that we're trying to accomplish here. Now, what this does not depict is, you know, getting the as wide as you possibly can here. There is you really do want to get as wide as you can. So consider this your inner tires, you might say. Okay, think of it like that. Now, you're braking heavily in a straight line, but it's very brief, and you really want to dive to this apex pretty quickly. Get down to second and get on the throttle by mid-corner. Second gear exit, I think, is really helpful. You get some nice rotation on exit if you manage to harness that oversteer, and that really ends up what makes you fast through here. And then you get all the way back over to the right and make sure you're as wide as you can be. You're looking for the 50 board, I think. You're going to brake just before the 50. And on this corner, this one you see is tighter than the first one. The two really can't be taken the same way. It's kind of how I would depict it. Also, because you have this, there is this little rise in the track right here. So what I like to do is, for this one, I downshift to second, exit in second. For this one, you got to be more patient on the brakes, more patient to let the car rotate. And I like to get down all the way to first. And then to keep the car stable, I like to exit in third. I shift up past second to third for exit. So you gotta watch out for that rise, because that creates a lot of power oversteer for a lot of people. Ruin a lot of people's laps and a lot of people's races. It stinks. So you're seeing how, though, this works. That's the look that we're trying to go for here. Being nice and smooth. Really easy to be on the throttle too soon here, or maybe carry too much speed. And then we end up with a line that takes us a little wider right here. With this one, I think most of the time people apex too early. And so they turn in too early, they apex mid-corner, and they can't get on the throttle till after the apex. And that's just going to be slow every time, all right? All right, let's look at the actual track then. So we're braking in a straight line through here. Down to third, down to second, dive to the apex. Right here on the throttle, okay? Work your way towards full throttle. Momentum should carry you all the way wide. Then you come back. It's not the 50, it's the 100. Okay, braking at the 100. There is no 50 board actually. All right. Braking in a straight line, down to third, down to second, rotating the car, getting to turn in, first gear for the last bit, and then right here up to third, and this is where I like to begin applying the throttle, working my way to full throttle. All right. Then this part, we actually, let's get to the turn-in point, which is right before the 100, right about here. I think we can handle this one back-to-back too with the visualizer. Let's get it set up here first. Yeah, it's a moderately good view of it, I think. Not perfect, but good. All right, so let's look at this one together. Excuse me. So this first one is very much a lift, coast for a little bit, but then back on the throttle really soon. So getting on that throttle early is really critical. You'll notice this is probably an exaggeration. You don't really want to get as wide as possible on this part on exit because you have to set up immediately for the right-hander. And that right-hander is more important, so you're going to sacrifice a little bit of exit speed here in order to get back comfortably on this part here. Make sense? So lifting through here, applying the throttle, but measuring it, okay? Don't just blast through here, this part, without thinking. Every time you go through here, you're measuring how much speed you're taking. If you need to lift a little bit on exit, that's probably important because you need to get back over to the left. You don't want to be getting back over to the left after you reach the brake marker. That's what can happen. And that can really either will make you wreck or it'll just make you really slow at best, okay? Taking a quick jab of the brakes here and then getting the car to rotate. We're getting most of the turn done ahead of time. Get down to third, exit out in third or fourth. I think it's up in the air. For me, third was good. Others might be able to handle fourth just fine. Do plan to be wide, but watch out being too wide because there's a wall that wants to kill your last lap, and that's no good. All right, so let's look at that, both of those on the actual track then. Again, just a lift. I like to turn in, lift right about here, then back on the throttle. If I've done that right, I don't have to lift, but if you do have to lift on exit, that's fine. Don't want to be any wider than that right there. Getting back over to the left side. Brake marker is as you pass this this edge of the barrier. It's right above my screen right now. Okay, that edge of the barrier right there. Back up just a little bit so you maybe see a little better. There it is. You see that? Okay. As you pass that, that's your brake marker. You're in fourth. You hit the brakes. Excuse me. And you get down to third. Trail brake all the way here. Back on the throttle as soon as you get there. That's how that looks. Now, if you are towards the front of the grid, when you start this race, brake marker will change a little bit here. So instead of the 200, I want you to brake at the 100. Brake at the 100 instead. And then I would say, you know, unless somebody behind you is like an eager beaver. Maybe they have better acceleration than you on the rolling start. Maybe just let them go, honestly. If someone's going to be there, go ahead and stay a little wide if you trust them. Maybe miss this apex to give yourself a little extra space. But go ahead and defend also if you need to. I would err to the side of being a little wide of the apex to carry more speed than someone who's just dived for the apex, because their exit speed's going to suck. So if you can manage that, you're going to have an advantage the rest of the way up the straight. Make sense? Okay, and then let's look at a pit entrance. So you basically do everything the same on that previous. There's no change on the previous corner. What does change is as you pass this part, the part right here where the grass sort of comes in, it narrows and then gets closer to this the white line. That's your brake marker, okay? I want you to brake there. You're gonna brake there. You're gonna definitely over slow, because if you end up going too deep here, you're gonna cross that yellow line on the outside. You're gonna get a 3-second pen for that. Nobody wants that. I do think that this is an opportunity definitely to use your right blinker to let people, if someone is close behind you, to let them know that you're doing it, because it can get really hairy when someone's trying to take that apex and someone is going into the pit lane as well. So giving them a heads up to know it's coming, I think, is really important. All right, that's your lap guide, your turn 1 lap 1 guide, and your pit entrance guide for Watkins Glen. All right. Cool stuff. See what I missed from you guys here. I'm Seven's in working right now. Great. Hey, Mustang Drifter, good to see you. Sorry, I ignore folks during the lap guide. Hey there, Hooves. Good to see you, man. You say it depends a lot. I'm not sure which ones you were talking about. I wasn't looking at chat while I do that, but for those who don't know, I make a video out of the lap guide, so so forth. So I'm sorry, I don't know what that's in reference to, but I appreciate your comments, appreciate you hanging out with us. Oh, especially if someone's on softs behind you. That regard to the pit, yeah, for sure. All right, I think we have a chance here to get a couple races in. What do we got? 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 2 or 3 races. Maybe 2. I think we'll just head over to race B. See if we can gather back some of that DR. Starting on hards, you pit on lap 6 for C. Okay. Yeah, so if someone's done that earlier and they're already on softs and they're behind you, oof, that's going to be rough. True. Yeah, because you're going to use that extra real estate on the track for a hairpin. I am entered in, yes. See if we have any folks racing right now. I'm usually doing this on Monday nights, but because I'm off, I decided to do an early stream. I think what I'll do, just to shake things up, maybe with the algorithm, because I need some help with the algorithm here. I think I'll post the lap guide video at 7 p.m. my time. We lost 377. Could have been worse. Could have definitely been worse. Cook eggs, yeah. Oh, copyright strikes you talking about, Marshall? Okay, good to know. Hey, Victory's here. Very cool. Beast is here. Beast is in the Bugatti. We were talking about that earlier. You do downhill skiing, man. I have mad respect for downhill skiers. They are, you guys are ridiculous. Honestly. Just nuts. No, probably no race C. I've been on already for 3.5 hours-ish. So yeah, I will have to call it here in a little bit. See if we can have some good finishes here at Deep Forest. Bugatti's going to be strong here with the 2 long straights. Victory's going to be strong in the in the swim team. See if I can sneak a excuse me, sneak a cough drop here. There we go. Hey, HD Rider, good to see you, man. Radar up. That might be a pen. Already? First turn? Yep. Cold hard tires, baby. More pen? Bring it. Nope. Must have just snuck it in. Benham's got a half second also. Quad Father, what's up, man? Man, that was not a lot of room. Oh, Venom's gonna serve it on the next lap. Yeah, Beast, you do it, man. You do your thing, bro. Hit a wall. Well, Venom's got a 1 second now.
I just gotta stay in these guys' slip. These fast boys here. Why is there so much lag in these races, man? Okay, both those guys have pins. Oof. Man, oh man. On the limit the whole way around. Just barely keeping up with these dudes. Last lap, here we go. I missed that one. They bumped. There's nowhere for me to go, looks like. At least 6, yeah. Because the laps are only 1.5 minutes long. That was tight. The lag doesn't help either. Okay, we got a podium to start. Not too bad. Thank you, Ryder. Yeah, those two cars in a straight line are just mental. Excuse me. Yeah, we got what? 8 minutes plus between now and then. Thank you, BL. Thank you, Ryder. Quad with a 0.8. Huge. Not wide enough there. Nielsen, done racing for now. Okay. Excuse me. Came in a little too hot. You were in top split, huh? Man, good job getting up there, bud. You've earned the right. You've earned it. Yeah, I don't tighten as well. I know what you're doing. I know what you're talking about. And if I could brake well enough to make that happen, I would do it. But I don't. That was not the line. Dropped the transmission on that one too. All right, let's try and get a run. Spin. Oh, too wide. And too bad. Try a lap without the ghost here. Oh no, more pens. No more pens? I thought for sure I got a pen there. 27 minutes behind. Oh no, Wicked. You voted the Jag as the best anti-meta. Yeah, that's good on top speed too. I like that shout out. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, it sure has. You're not wrong there, Mazda. It really has been lingering. I think maybe it's getting a little better. Maybe not. All right, Quad's in with his 34.8. Whatever. Good luck, Quad. Just FYI, we got Brown Beast behind us, so we're in trouble. Okay. Here go nothing. Yeah, I hear that, Rowicki. He's doing awesome. The thing that ran through my head, honestly, Wicked, when I heard about the news. It has been a week and a half now. Haven't gotten a race with Quad in a while. Here comes Beast. We still have some slip, actually. That's helped me out, I think. Hey, Root. Yeah, probably. Oh, Quad got a half. Now he's gonna push. Okay. Little taparoo. sure shoot that. Oh, Victory's caught up. Run, Quad, run! Hate that. Excuse me. Yeah, this is the sprint race for the week. Oh, did I make it? No! That was really close. Well, I gotta make the most of this. Wow, I'm very close to second up, so I might only lose a spot or two. We'll see. Third, all right, not bad. Dude, I am very hyped for the hypercars. All right, we're going to do one more race, I think, and then call it. Some good action there. Group 4 D-Force is just a good combo. Well done, Quad. No caddy. That's true. All right, I think for this one, we'll just hang out. I'm not going to push for any lap times. I think that's what we heard. Yeah, it's Thursday is when it's going to drop. Oh, it's June 11th. Oh, okay. Not this week. 2.5 weeks away. I am having some flashbacks with this race, though. This is where I got a DR reset last time we had this combo. Yeah, Nando. You too, Quad. What a win. Great win, bud. For real, Mazda, and they need to get that BOP straightened out, man. They really, really do. Yeah, I got a couple just racing incident taps, so that slowed me going into the corners. So it killed my exit speed. and then I got my own pen at the end there. All by my onesie. It was so close too. That was such a close pen. Beast and that Veyron's just so strong. And Victory too, honestly. The Swift. Both cars are so strong at the track. Excuse me. Ugh. Many apologies. Can't be a great viewing experience. 24th best in the world. Kind of loving this combo. I hear you. Yeah. Oh, I haven't even entered in yet, have I? I should do that. Yeah, so it can keep up that speed the whole time. Nice victory. One more race for me. Call it a day. I'll release, in case you guys are looking for lap guides, I will be posting that at my normal stream time tonight. I think at 7-ish o'clock. Be the plan. There's our quad father. Our only mans. Excuse me. Deep Forest Raceway. Very nice area. For next stream, I think I'm gonna do Thursday. Is the plan. I do have the second video on consistency dropping on Wednesday morning also. So that's gonna be added out there for your viewing pleasure. Join us for the last race. Let's go, player. None of that. Hurry up. All right, boys. Good luck to all of you. And the times are tight between, I mean, Quad's in another level right now, but there's less than 2/10 between me and victory. less than 2/10. Oh, Beast is not in this one. All right. All right, here we go. Last race of the night. Day? Not night. Usually night, but it's not night right now. All right, Metal. Good to hang with you today, bud. We'll see you, man. Oh, that's a pen for quad, I think. Yep. He'll serve it next lap, though. Serious overspeed. My goodness. Excuse me. Mike number 5, what's up, bud? Sounds good there, number 5. Man, it's so tight. Hey there, Barube. How's it going, friend? Happy Memorial Day to you. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Ping pong action. Front end and rear end damage. That'll be good for the arrow going on the long straight here. Well, players here too. Deep forest bumper cars. That's well said. Excuse me. Last lap. See if we can hold on to our podium spot. Venom got a good run that time. Gonna be tough to keep them at bay. So I guess our spot for the whole afternoon has been P3. That's three P3s in a row. Nice victory. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the GGs. Guess we'll save this replay. Okay, my friends, that is going to do it for me.
I'm gonna have to edit this video real fast and get it out to the masses tonight for the lap guides. Appreciate all of you hanging with me today. You made it a bunch of fun. Nice to shake the schedule up just a little bit every now and then. Got to see some faces today that I don't always see when we stream at night on weekdays, so it's always fun to do that. And yeah, thank you for hanging with me today. Thank you for watching and making this Monday, this Memorial Day, even that much better. Appreciate you all. Thank you for everyone who supported and donated today. You guys are awesome. Yeah, you make it a blast. So I think we'll see you on Thursday is the plan. Gonna take tomorrow off of streaming, and that's gonna be the plan. That's gonna do it. All right, my friends. I love you all like crazy. Not a thing you can do to change my mind. See you in a few days. Bye.